Sup? What's up? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We are going to do a 25-player simultaneous exhibition here, as we do every Sunday. I can see someone on sound is here. Where are you? Are you in my time zone? Someone on sound, or somewhere else? Back home? I don't know why I've got this weird. Suddenly, I was like coughing for no reason. So, yeah, we're good. The Simul is ready to go. We've got Astrobate in the house. Someone on sound. 2 viewers. There you are. All 2 of you. No bots. Why are there no bots? Alright, guys. So, here's the Simul. We're hosting a Simul for 25 players here on Lichess and Twitch. And I'm International Master William Pascal. We're also on YouTube. So Sparkle Horse, Twitch, Simul. It's random colors, 10 minutes plus 50, 120 minutes, 14 days. Okay. Start time. We've got the following Simul rules. Is anyone in the chat? Astrobate, are you alright, bro? Are you alright? The chat looks so weird. We have rules. Now, I don't know, man. Don't use social media. So, we had a late morning today, but I feel alright. I tried to sleep all the day so I could work and do this. Yeah, so no London, no cheating, no bullshit. No, that's no bullet. Long Simul, don't join unless you can play 3 hours. Good luck. Good luck, exclamation. Alright, so all proceeds will go to... Proceeds go to World Senior. I'm going to be visiting the United States in 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks now. Which is going to feel weird. Then I'm going to the World Senior in October. We've got a game next Sunday in the Hungarian Team Championship, a week from today. So a week from today, I'm going to play. I'm going to be in Massachusetts. A bastion of liberal sanity. So, no, not always. Alright, we got, donate. Yeah, I'm just going to be emptying out my storage unit, hopefully, in 2 weeks. Then coming back here in October, going to the World Senior in Italy. Simul rules, no London, no cheating, no bullet, long Simul. Yes, I said that. Alright, so hosting the Simul. We're hosting the Simul. I don't know why I have this like weird sudden cough. It's very strange. Bela Lugosi is dead. That's right, he is. And alright, Simul rules, no London, blah 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 blah. Copy, paste. Hello. Don't accept any substitutes. Any imitation. Fake people. You had a vague hope nearer to me. Yeah, right. No, unfortunately, I wish I could travel. I can't really afford. I'm gonna meet Mr. Coffee. You know, it's weird. Uber driver popped up on my Facebook feed for the first time ever. I don't know why he hadn't been there before. Maybe he didn't have a Facebook account. I don't know. But all right, Dr. Sorrow, guys. Sauron is the brother of Saruman. Weird, huh? Fact or fiction? So we've got yeah, Simul getting ready to go here. Wait. Mr. Coffee in real life? Yeah, we're having a SlaggyCon. SlaggyCon. Not exactly. Just a mini SlaggyCon. It's not SlaggyCon without Arsenal fan. So, all right. When did it start? I don't know. I can't get comfortable. It's not a good temperature in here. There's not enough air. Raining. But when did it start? It will start. We will start in 18 minutes. Dean Maestro. Asterbait is in. God Shankar. Imre. Legasol. I thought it was Lugosi. Legasol. Oof, my head hurts. Not enough water. I'm out of water. I have nothing to drink. A little bit of juice. I think I might be dehydrated. Okay, Richard Brenton in the house. Redusa. Shocky. Are you serious? Someone on sound. Someone on sound. VIP. Not too many VIPs. Show your VIP status. Asterbait VIP. Arsenal fan, speaking of which, is here. Thomas Trainson. Cheesy Noob. Heroku. So we got a bunch of regulars. Yeah, now that this season is back, now the season is back, looks like players are back. A lot of the regular players are back. With the summer, it was always kind of weird. I don't like the climate in my room. It's either too hot or too cold. And I have a headache. And the other problems. Lord Bagel. Lord Regis. Guys, we're starting in about 15 minutes. I'm going for 21 players. Obviously, 25 players. Sorry. It's my dementia. I'm just waking up. All right. It takes me a long time to wake up. I woke up literally like 20 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago, to be exact. Thanks for maintaining the chat there, someone on sound. Red Bull has given me wings. Now it's too hot in here, but if I turn the air conditioner on, it like freezes me. Just keep turning it on and off. Yeah, London Bridge is falling down. Well, considering how many people are like protesting the last few days, and would surprise me. All right, Impure King. Everything is falling down. Nefyudov is here. Nefyudov late as always, but never too late. He's always just on time, fashionably late. The threat is stronger than the execution. I like how this quote is attributed to Nimzovich. Like he's the first person to say that. The threat is stronger than the execution. I think that quote is a little older than chess. Maybe not. Maybe not. But it's older than Nimzovich for sure. Okay. We've got a grand total of 13 players, guys. Don't forget to subscribe and donate. We're trying to raise money for the World Senior 2025, 50 plus. I checked the field a few days ago, and it was, not that different, but there's a lot of players, a lot of GMs, no super GMs, but it looks very strong. Not looking forward to school runs tomorrow. Oh. Yeah. Oh no, the jealous lonely moms. Oh no. I hate to be surrounded by jealous lonely moms. Dangerous. I don't know, you might need to bring some private security with you or something. So guys, please subscribe, okay? We're struggling here for relevance, obviously. My entire existence is just, up in the air. Can I play with you, please? We'll see. We will see. Please, he asked nicely. Lugassel. Just don't play bullet. You have a lot of bullet games. You have a good bullet rating, but this isn't bullet. This is a long game. Seriously, it's annoying. That they do what you do. All right. Oh, you're talking about them. Gossiping all day. All right, let's see. Hopefully my headache goes away. I don't have a hangover or anything. I didn't drink too much. I just came home really early in the morning, like around 7 a.m. after poker. Played poker for 12 hours. What did I play? 12 hours? Yeah, 12 hours. To win nothing. I played in a little tournament. We reached the final table, but only 6 places were paid, and of course I bubbled. Well, I don't play for, So that was fun. Played poker tournament 4 hours, 5 hours. 4 hours tournament. More than that. It was like 5 hours, so I can make the final table and get knocked out. Pocket sevens. Well, that bad beat story. Not a bad beat story. It was a flip, of course. Just a really annoying. All right. Let's complain a little. Who else are we gonna take here, guys? We have 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes. No donations. Mr. Slow's not here. David Duchovny. Really? David Duchovny, the guy who had to go to like sex treatment therapy, like for being sex addiction therapy. We don't want to leave David Duchovny with lonely moms. That wouldn't be good. All right. So, all right, there we go. We got something. Something came in. Richard Brenton did it. $50.01 to even it out to 2,100. Thank you, Richard. No Mr. Slow today. Richard comes through. Richard the second, Richard the third, Richard the fourth. Richard the fourth comes through with $50.01. Aspirate, don't mess it up or anything. For those of you that have OCD, we have 2,100.00. 70% of the way there to our donation goal. It's 34 days. The donation goal is still open. Can I play a funny username? Alright, we're ready to start in like 9 minutes. But we need some more players. So, Richard Brent, thank you, Richard Brenton, for the donation. Bring us up. Let's get some hype train started later. Ortiz said, "Can I play? Not enough games." Ahmed. All right, guys, we need some players here. Lightning 1101 blocked. Ortiz, not enough games. Sinus is good. TM Bobby. AP87 is here. TM Bobby. We played once, and you have enough games. I don't know why I'm coughing. Hello, Mr. William. Hello, you. Fabian Valera, 1620. 123 games. Just enough. Having a FIDE rating is enough, game or not. I mean, no, we're talking about Lichess here. You're playing me on Lichess, not in a FIDE rated tournament. But I would, if you tell me the name of your account, we'll consider it. Are you challenging me to play? It's fucking hot in here, man. But if I turn the air conditioner on, I'm gonna die. Shit. Alright, we need some air circulation. We got a fan too. That's a little better. All right. We only have 5 minutes to start. 7 minutes. Let's go. Lightning 8000. Maybe. Champion Chess. We played them a lot. Champion Chess. Bozo. Don't play Bullet against me, okay? What I mean by that is don't play using no time as if it's a Bullet game. A lot of people tend to do that. This is a long game. It's up to 3 hours. Please don't play unless you can stay for up to 3 hours. Good timed. Bot 310. I love bots. 21 players. We're up to 21. So, my board might be off. It looks like the screen's a little bit crooked. Let's see how the board looks when we get there. Just let me know if the board's... Wait, this isn't FIDE rated. You're gutted. You're typical Britishism. Gutted. At least if they are a cheater, they're paying to pretend to play against you. Alright. I feel a little bit better. I didn't eat my dinner. I have a banana waiting. I'll eat it on the break. So... Dr. Exalendrina. Guys, we need a few more players. Thanks for... We should accept them IMO. Uh-huh. Well, just tell me who they are. It doesn't let me type to your stream. Ahmed. 1739, just 16 games. Vol. The Wolf. Oh, Wolf. Hey, it's Mira. What's up? How are things in Alaska? Did you see Vladimir Putin by any chance? Yeah, Orti. 20 games, let him play. Alright, Arsenal, you're responsible. You're taking responsibility. If anything happens with Orti, that's on Arsenal's account. How's the chess scene? Nice to see you back. I know the time frame is probably not easy for you to watch the stream. You're pretty good. Good to hear. I'm glad you're well. Alright. Dijual. No, we have already blocked them for some reason. This guy looks good. Asela. We've got 2 more players to go, guys. Richard Brenton can't do it by himself. Don't be a free rider. Support the stream. Subscribe. Come on. Gift subs. Donations. Cash in envelopes mailed to my house. Whatever. You can support the stream in many ways. Richard Branson cannot do it by himself. And Mr. Slow is off today, apparently. So we need your support. Pitch in, guys. Pass the hat. Alright, so it's never too late for a hype train, though. It doesn't have to be now. It can be a little bit later. In the middle of the time, we can start a hype train. Everyone donates and gives subs. And that makes me very rich. Okay. I need just 2 more players, right? And we're going to start in 2 minutes. Or 4 minutes. Fabian Valera, not enough games. No. Turkey guy. CGN Baba Piro. We played you before. Ascent. We played them before. Wow. Okay. So now we have enough players. 25. You guys ready? Pavel is here. He's very quiet. He's in the list. He's been notably quiet. He's last on the list. 25 players. Oh, somebody dropped out, and it's not Asterbait. We lost someone at the last second, just as I was about to start the simul. It's not Asterbait. Where's Arsenal fan? Where's Arsenal fan? There he is. So who did we lose? Cheesy Noob? I didn't see Cheesy Noob on the list. I think we lost Cheesy Noob. At least Cheesy Noob was on the list at some point in the beginning, and now we have 24 players, not 25. So I recognize Cheesy Noob is missing. Is everyone here? It's like going on a student trip with like a class or something. Can we do a head count? Cheesy Noob got lost. Typical. He got lost. He missed the bus. Now his parents are going to freak out that we left him behind. I don't even remember if he was in the list currently at the end or he had dropped out before. I don't know. Now we're getting more entries, but only one place. Oh, he's there. Yeah, he is. Okay, I don't know who it is then. Yeah, I was looking for like capitalized Cheesy Noob. Omar. Omar is new here. Wow. Okay, Omar. So Omar Aguilara. Alright, well, no, we just finished. We just closed the entries. Sorry, guys. We close entries now. We're starting. Let me fix the board. It's a little bit off. So, here. I'm not going to look at who you are. Wait. No, I am going to look at who you are. Well, let's fix our overlay. I'll move it a little. Oh, that doesn't help. That didn't help. What the hell did I just do? Overlay? Okay, that's better. There, we move the overlay. And it messes up the clock. There. Now the board looks stupid. So I have to move the board, not the overlay. Why is it being weird, man? I think I know what it is. That's not it either. I don't understand what the problem is here. Well, whatever. Okay, the board looks fine. It's just not... Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can see the board. You can see the clock. We're not going to mess with it. Okay, I'm being crazy. All right. So, here we go. Good luck, everybody. We like to play a mix of different things. All right, I'm finally awake. This coffee was good. I feel human again. I didn't have coffee since last night. I didn't have coffee since like 5 a.m. I had coffee at 5 a.m. I am white. Don't tell me. No spoilers. We got a Polish opening. No, I'm not playing the Caro-Kann. Yeah, Caro-Kann is now banned. Seriously, it's just a waste of time. I mean, I'm not going to play the Caro-Kann in over the board, so why am I playing it, you know? Why am I playing it on the stream if I'm going to start playing over the board? I've got a tournament at the World Senior, 11 rounds, and then a bunch of games in the Hungarian Teen Championship, like 3 or 4 games before the end of the year. So let's just play things I'm actually going to play in real tournaments, because, you know, we need to get our rating points back. I need to be at least 2,300. We got to at least get back over 2,300. It's not asking too much. I mean, embarrassing. There was a pretty strong, like, open norm tournament this week here. But I don't understand why all these people were playing in it. Like, I can't imagine that there were any real prizes. And the organizers couldn't afford to pay much to the players, so I was surprised. A few people played. Rosenthalis was in it. Mostly young players, but one of these, like, 6 days tournaments. 9 rounds in 6 days with possible GM norms. This is still going on now, I think. It's probably like, well, it's probably like finishing or something today. I don't know. But I was really surprised by the list. There were like 50, 60 players. maybe more. And I don't know how they got Rosenthalis to play. He's a senior, but he was a very strong player. I don't know what interest he would have in playing. Maybe he just wanted to visit Budapest or something. Lots of young players. Also, I'm seeing even like young players, like it looks like deflation is hitting everybody. I mean, even some young players. All right. Interesting move order. B4, D5, E3, preventing bishop G4. Dial the psychic network. Yeah, I mean, I can't remember. Okay, I'm just going to play E5. I mean, whatever. Can't remember anyone ever playing that. That's an interesting idea. Your rating only ever goes up. So... Thanks everyone for joining us. Hello. There was this one player. Actually, okay, E5, seriously. The thing is, if you have a K factor that's not like mine, if it's like 20 or whatever, your rating changes much more quickly. There's this one guy who won the tournament I played in February. He gained like 150 rating points in the last year. He like lost them all back. It's like unbelievable. A 20-something-year-old player. He went from like 2200 to 2350, 2370. And now he's like lost all of his points back down to 2200. It's incredible. That's incredible. What kind of... I mean, that's a lot of points, man, to win and lose. Even with a 20K factor. What did I said? What you said about Sveshnikov? No. I didn't see it. I found a line of the Chelyabinsk creation. Actually, I don't even know what that is. Chelyabinsk. I don't even know which line that is. The knight d5. Which is like main line. Caro Khan. I'm gonna have to like run downstairs and buy some water or something. I used to run downstairs and buy beers. Going on a water run. Koranasuki has followed. Mr. Simple Mind has followed. Ahmed that king has followed. Thanks guys for following. Just practice dragon. Practice makes perfect. So, line with 95 after bishop g5. So you're talking like main line of the Sveshnikov. G3. Isn't G3 a pretty standard line? I don't play E4 much over the board, but it sounds interesting. Maybe we can take a look at it later, Mr. Arsenal fan. Mr. Arsenal fan to you. It's Mr. Arsenal fan. So anyways, in Rook B8, G3, white wins 40%, 47% of the game and loses 4. This is definitely not a good opening for black. That's a new one though. I've never seen Queen F6. Kind of like the McDonald variation. We got a lot of Englishes here. But hey, it's Miro's not playing, right? He just stopped by to say hi. What am I preparing for? What's senior? Well, I don't know. I play based on my opponents. I prepare really one-on-one. for specific opponents if I have time. Except like the World Senior Team Championship when I lost to Hjartarson, that was the worst because I had no time to prepare. Generally in these tournaments, these senior tournaments, I'll prepare on a one-to-one, one-on-one basis all my games, specifically for specific opponents. So I can play anything, but I'm not going to play, I've got to play for wins. I'm going to play the Sicilian primarily. The Nimzo, Sicilian, that's my, my main repertoire remains the same. Looks like Nefida was playing the Schliemann. I just don't really like the stupid frickin' D3 line. Super secret prep. With white, it's a better question. But again, that depends on what my opponent does. I haven't played enough E4. I should probably try to surprise my opponents a little more. Because people aren't really expecting me to play E4. Because I play E4 infrequently. The English... You mean the Nightmare game? When I lost to Juhas? Brother of the Cheater? That was horrible. Yeah, the Bishop B4. I've lost a number of games in the English in the last few years. It shook my belief that the English was a solid opening for white. I realized though, and I mentioned this on the stream, I looked at, I've had a number of Englishes, but not in the World Senior so much. I lost to, over the last 6 years, I've lost a handful of games with white in the English. But always has some sort of weird excuses. Yeah, that game was terrible. There was something there, C4, E5, Knight C3, Bishop B4. Knight D5, A5. He played against me. Knight F3 is much somehow more developing. Yeah, that guy's 20, he's 24, 25 now. He's going to end up being the strongest of the three brothers, which is very typical, since the oldest brother is a cheater who's inflated his rating by cheating. He'll probably never get better. He'll probably never become a grandmaster. His career is destroyed by being a cheater, but the middle one is just focusing on making money and trying to be a chess coach. He'll probably never improve. But the youngest one, 24, 25, and he's probably 20 now. He has a chance to be a strong grandmaster, probably. It's always the youngest one is the strongest. Alright, so Knight DC6 not a good move. I did beat that guy in a really nice game the first time we played. It's also a few years ago when I was black in Marazzi. Yeah, so he got revenge for beating me. I beat him first time. The last round. This was 4 years ago. The last round of an IM tournament. Black and Marazzi. I probably have a better score with black in the Marazzi than I do with the English with white, which is very typical for me, I'm a better counterattacker. I've been studying Larson games lately. I think it's interesting to see how, maybe I need to take some inspiration from Larson again. How does a counterattacker win with white? You know what I mean? I can't attack naturally. If I don't attack, if I'm white and they don't attack me, like, it's weird, When I'm white, I tend to sometimes, push too hard. What the heck is that? I lose a lot of games with white. Alright, Mr. Somewhat Unsound in the house. The one, the only. Anyway, guys, we got a donation of $50 from Richard Brenton. We're going to get some subs here. We've only got one gift sub the whole week from Asterbait. Now, I realize you guys haven't gotten your paychecks yet, but I assure you they're in the mail. Yeah, constantly refusing trades. Well, you have a tendency to try to do that too. Yeah, tension is key. But if you play hypermonitor chess with white and your opponent refuses to bite, it often creates kind of this weird situation where you're just shadowboxing. Yeah, I think his openings are interesting. We have a lot in common, obviously. A lot of hypermodern stuff. But, okay. By modern standards, a lot of the openings, like the dragon and stuff, hard to play. I'm not going to be playing the dragon, obviously. Accelerated Dragon, though, he played. Okay, Pavel playing. Yeah, I never go into the main line. I never take on e5 because that's extremely theory intensive. So we've played this a whole bunch of times. I keep hoping I'll find something here. I'll find a way to be slightly better with white. It's weird. No Mr. Slow, Mr. Coffee Attack. We've got another. Is that Thomas? No. Who was the last person to play the Mora Gambit against me? Lyosh, B3 high level. Mrs. Simple Mind, Mr. Simple Mind. The Simul is closed. Oh yeah. Hyper accelerated King's Indian. Yeah. Whatever. Queen's Indian has to be part of the repertoire. That's been costing me a few games. But when I look at my games where I lost in the hyper accelerated Queen's Indian or accelerated Queen's Indian, I think of all the games I've lost against Robert Markush, and who else did I lose to? Bischoff. And I can't blame the opening on any of my losses. So I'm going to continue to play the accelerated Queen's Indian. No matter how much people give me shit about it and say it's stupid, and but you can't play it a lot. You have to mix it in with normal openings too. Najdorf, I'm not really playing the Najdorf. I do like playing the Najdorf here though. For me, it's a learning experience. Najdorf is a great system, and it's probably White's Black's best Sicilian, but I always avoided it because it was too much theory. But nevertheless, we can learn from it. Yeah, Fugarashi variation, Bishop D3. Yeah, that I talked about once on the stream. I remember being dumbfounded when I saw Tibor play that once in the first Saturday. It was around 2008. I don't remember. I was like, what is the guy doing? What are they doing now? Do you remember when what was it? Oh, what was that weasel's name? Karyakin. Karyakin played what? A3 or something, you know. But bishop d3 is not that bad. We talked about this. So you could do anything against bishop d3. Dragon is good. Dragendorf. You can do anything, but how do you decide which anything to do? You know, that's really the question. I don't know. And another, it's a Najdorf thematic. Another Najdorf. And another. This is someone on sound. God damn it, Jerry. The Queen's Gambit is a solid defense for black against e4. Women's Grandmaster Pop Petra. The only thing that puts me off Najdorf as white is the poison pawn. Probably puts people off for both colors. It always did for me. This is an exchange French. Someone on sound is playing the French. Castles. No, you have to play h3, unfortunately, here. So Asterbate. Now, if you haven't, I have been through this a whole bunch of times. I keep trying to reinvent the wheel. Speaking of Asterbate, is it necessary to play e3? It shouldn't really be, but black could play d4. Bishop e2, d4, is that a reasonable move for black? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. We'll just be white. We'll be black. Whatever. I guess he could play d4 anyway. So we saw this before, right? We saw this before? Looks familiar. No. Right away? No. Someone on sound was not referring to this move. We have a resident Mora Gambit expert, by the way, in our presence, in our midst. Someone on sound. Someone on sound, what do you say about this move? It doesn't have much independent value. Like, okay. You're committing your bishop to e3. But the big question is where you can put your other bishop, right? The other bishop always goes to c4. So, what are you going to do, you know? What's the point of this move? Horrible. Wow. That's harsh. Horrible. I wouldn't be that extreme. It's all about tempo. Horrible, horrible. All right, well, whatever. So, we got an official opinion from an expert. King's Indian attack with white. Queen's bishop is already developed from its original square. You're not going to castle queenside. I hope not. Not recommended. Castling queenside in the Smith-Morton Gambit, not recommended for white. Okay. This time I played... Was it Esserman? Esserman. Yeah, a little like d5, c4, I was white. d5, c4, d4, b4. No, this wasn't it. No, Esserman didn't play this. I played a different move order. No, knight on c6. Yeah, d5 I've played. White has d4 there. Whatever. Okay, let's do it. Right? Dutch. Your ruin's not here. If I was in the chat, no. That's Arsenal fan. I think it's probably playable. Oh, bishop e3. Man, what is black doing here? This is some kind of psychopath. I really hope this isn't... The only thing I know is the older I get, the less I know. So c4. If you can do the impossible, then do it. Solid advice. You heard that here first. Just saying. I don't know what it means, but it sounds good. Another Grunfeld. Speaking of Hey, it's Miro. Got to be careful about our move order here. Castles, yeah. What if I give that bishop with like bishop f6, bishop g5, bishop f6 later? If I were to trade off his bishop on his knight on f6 anyway. Castles is standard. I keep thinking, yeah, Nefyadov's now in the chat. Did I miss a chat from you? Once again, me and Arsenal Fan are two different chess players. Oh. Yeah, I don't know why. You certainly are. You certainly are. You can't state that enough. Very different. Yet hard to define. Nefyadov, one of us has multiple wins versus Kamsky, and one of us does not. Oof. Self-deprivation is a specialty. Deprivation. Not the word I meant to use. Self-deprivation, not a specialty of Arsenal Fan. What's the word I'm thinking of? When you self-deprecation. Self-deprecation. Self-deprecation is a typical Arsenal Fan trait or behavior. Self-defecation, on the other hand, maybe not. Wait until I sack another piece against me for no apparent reason. Yeah, just resign. Resign for no reason out of protest. Who's playing the black side of Caro Khan? Caro Khan. Bishop e3, it's a TN. Yeah, well, not on Lichess. Not a real TN. In I mean, it had to have been played. It had to have been played by some 1700 somewhere in a club tournament. The under 12 championship of Sri Lanka. Whatever. But yeah, effective novelty. 8 rook b1. I always get confused about playing rook b1 and bishop b2 after all the years of playing this opening. I don't play it a lot lately. If he castles, I play bishop b2 first, but it's 8 rook b1. So I play, let's count the moves. d4, c4, knight c3, c takes d, d4, c4, knight c3, c takes d, b takes c, knight f3, 7 rook b1 or 8 rook b1? It's 8 rook b1 normally. So I count knight c3, b takes c, that's 2 moves, d4, e4, that's 4. Knight f3 is 5. C takes d is 6. This is my 7th move. It's okay to play bishop e2. It's weird though, you know? Rook b1 versus bishop e2. What's the problem with bishop e2? It has to be inaccurate for some reason. Wow, that's a weird move. That is a weird move, sire. It's a Magnus attack. Bishop d3. This is the bishop d3. Now it's a bishop g5, Najdorf. With bishop d3. So make up your mind, man. Oh, dude, yesterday was horrible at poker. Oh. First there was this, like, their drunk people are horrible. First there was, like, drunk lady who was like a monster. This, like, drunk lady, older lady. She was a monster. She was horrible. She was, like, abusive and rude to the workers, and oh, it was horrible. In the tournament I played in, and then in cash there was this really drunk old guy who was also horrible. He was totally racist. He was, like, racially abusing, like, an Asian guy at our table. It was horrible. People are so horrible. And the Vietnamese guy was just, like, trying to ignore him. Fucking racists, man. I'm surprised the guy hasn't, like, got his head bashed in by somebody. He's, like, 65-year-old. Racist. Okay, let's just play e6. What am I going to do here? No, we have to take. You're now playing a reverse Grunfeld. If black... Yeah, we have a reverse Grunfeld. That is true. Now what do I do? I don't know, I feel like closing it now. Alright, so bishop c4 transposes. Dude, racism isn't cool. Please don't be racist, guys. Okay, so bishop c4. What are we going to do? What else? You could play bishop g4 there. I think that position we have had, and I bet that is not going to be a novelty. Now this is a proper Najdorf. Well, I'm not playing the poison pawn variation. I think we can pretty much confirm. We had a notification. Bring $10. Brush up on your Italian. Oh. I'm thinking openings. He's talking about Italian. Italian language. I thought you were talking about the Italian opening. I just can't believe the level of hate in our society. People are so ugly. Where is the civility anymore? Alright, bishop a4. My friend said he's seen the guy before, and he's not. He's never behaved like that when he wasn't drunk or something. But if you're racist when you're drunk, then you're just like hiding it when you're sober. It's not coming out. You're repressing it. He's a repressed racist. Anyway, whatever. Just it's disgusting to see that. All right, Rook B1. I already played this move. We have two of the same games. The guy was really drunk, and I lost a huge pot against him because he was so drunk. I couldn't give him credit. He won a huge pot against me with pocket aces against pocket queens, all in pre-flop. Luckily, I got most of it back and even made a small profit, but you're like, there's no way you're going to fold against the drunk guy. It's just, he was playing so bad. Everybody was targeting him. I'm like, well, this isn't an opportunity. I can't fold. I'm not folding my pocket queens here against this guy. Of course, he has aces, whatever. He didn't have that much money. I had to call. But then it's when the person you really dislike, it's a person you really dislike, it's hard to detach yourself and remain like objective. You really want to bust this person or beat this person because they're a disgusting human being. It maybe changes your objectivity a little. I wanted to beat him extra because he was such a disgusting racist, but objectively I would have made the same decision just because he was drunk. Anyway, it's, we can be motivated by I'm motivated by disliking my opponents. I don't like playing against my friends, to be honest. I really don't like playing against my friends. It feels very awkward. You don't want to hurt your friends, Chess like Kasparov and Fischer, it's like for me, it's like a battle. At least when you really get into it, can be like a really existential battle, and I don't want to beat my friends. I don't mind beating enemies. I like beating enemies. I've always found it awkward to play against my friends. You do it if you have to, but so I become a calling station against people? No. No, but I mean, it's that extra incentive. It just changes the calculus a little bit, I don't mean like it changes you dramatically. I'm saying, you're 5% more likely to be more aggressive against this player because you want to bust them, It's not about being a calling station or something. It can be, it could be, I'm pretty tight. But when I get into a hand, I'm more inclined to stay with it. I want to beat that person. It's dangerous, though. I'm never really a calling station. So what I'm wondering about is this Bishop G5 idea. From the French exchange. if I play bishop g5, the normal move here, by the way, is h3, which I played, many times. But if I play bishop g5, what happens? I'm kind of curious. Bishop g5, what does black do about the pin? If h6, bishop h4, how is he going to deal with that pin in the long run? He plays g5. So let's try it. This is interesting. I don't think this is typically played, but I have the feeling it is a move. Maybe, even though I don't know what I'm doing, it's possible that Mr. Someone on Sound also maybe not as familiar with that move, especially. Oh yeah, Arsenal, I know. I don't like you at all. That's why I try extra hard against you and Nefidov. I really don't like you both. And I lump you in the same category. That's why I always, the people I don't like, that's why I always try, confuse your names with each other and stuff. Yeah. The truth comes out. I'm not even drunk. Not even drunk. Yeah. But, alright. Anyway. I don't know who's playing the Najdorf here. I'm supposed to play chess. That's what it is. So f4 at some point. Now, what do I do about this Dutch? It's a good breaking question. B3. Slow-mo system. We got to bring... Alright, Victor has followed. Victor. Our actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. Yeah, horrible opening by White here. I don't know what he's doing. We got the ready. Wasn't it Bardi Imre? I call him Bardi Imre. No, that's what his name looks like. Wasn't he the one who always played the London system every game? I don't know where Cheesy Noob is today. This is such a standard line. I used to play the English and Ready as my kind of primary opening. So bishop on e3, not the most active square for the bishop. So I can get away with a rather standard setup for black, I guess. Okay. No, this is I guess Cheesy Noob. I don't know. Trumpowski. Did Cheesy Noob play the Trumpowski? I mean, it fits his MO. As they say on the detective shows, but I don't remember if he played the Trumpowski before. You'll have a bye in round 1. No, I can't refund entry fees. Their policy is not refunding entry fees. South Park chess episode. DC is a big, giant, fat... No, I'm not going to say turd. Tempo. If I allow CD, though, I'm in trouble. So CD, the CDC. CD, DC, bishop takes c4, c takes d is probably standard. And then e takes d. We've had this before. But I'm not supposed to have e6 in that line. We have bishop e4 check. Ah, so this is a little bit unusual, right? We have some bishop e4 check possibilities. Oof. Oof, there it is. Right, so it's my game with BB Sara from 5 years ago. I can't remember who played this against me. Who plays the Caro-Kann? Who plays the Caro-Kann and why? What is this? How did this move order occur, by the way? I just randomly played e3 and then decided to play knight c3 for no apparent reason. Yeah, I mean, white normally plays bishop d3 here. So I let black transpose to a Nimzo. And I have a million games with black in that position, probably. Probably. Okay, so here's our reverse Grunfeld, which I play with white, by the way. Queen f3. Is that a fact? Queen f3, bfd. White wants to castle queenside. There's a novel idea. Also shadowing my rook on a8, you know. What would Gelfand do? So I don't really know how to play the Najdorf. I just looked at a few random Gelfand games. Yeah, my preparation for playing in the World Senior is like studying the games of some random great players that I find inspiring. Gelfand and Larsen. Gelfand for the black side of the Sicilian. Larsen for white. I don't really have opening prep, not necessarily. What do we do here? Knight on bd7, right? This is probably very standard. Now c4 is fine. Fine. And then another other variation. Come on, guys, let's get the gift subs flowing. Let's get it flowing. I know without Mr. Slow, it's going to be hard to pull a hype train here. All right, raise your hand if you're broke. Can't you just use your parents' credit card? All right. That's all right. B5. What does this bishop d3 do? Maybe it's waiting to kill me here. Should I play bishop e7? Wow, rook b1, in fact. Case in point. A very early rook b1. That's a weird combo of moves. Knight d2 followed by rook to b1. White is white and you can do what you want. How bad can it be? Supporting like b4 and a queenside expansion? So, we got something happening there. Arsenal fan, come on. Arsenal fan is broke and he still donated 500 bits. Craigasm, 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 Craigasm. Dude, even the broke guy donated 500 bits. Now that's a hype train starter. Shucky. You aren't getting Neuralink brain chip? Oh man. FIDE has specifically banned it. Yeah, I want Elon Musk tinkering with my brain. I guess eventually this is going to be a thing, huh? Just a question of when. I still think like there's something with Elon Musk and Hans that we're not, you know, we're not party to. They look too much. I mean, did I show you that? I showed you that Mr. Coffee once where I did like an AI mashup where it made like a combo, Elon Musk and Hans. It actually looks good. You know, they sort of gel with each other. Shaki. They look pretty good as one person. Very natural to mix Hans with Elon Musk. Yeah, test monkeys died, but you're not a monkey. Test monkeys died for Elon Musk. Imagine like the non-disclosure agreements that he must have with the like human test subjects. Their families are probably not allowed to like communicate with the media if anything goes wrong. They probably have like built-in NDAs in their contract. All right, what am I doing here? I don't know. Is B4 an issue? Can I play C5? And if I did play C5, could you play D5? And these are the questions we have to ask ourselves. C5, D5, E6, E4. How's your Benoni? My Benoni's looking a little shaky. You got that, Mr. Coffee? Yeah, that's the one I sent you. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you guys can see. Hans is definitely Elon Musk's baby. There's a definite resemblance. Okay, so H6. Obviously, bishop H4. And who is Kramnik? What is Kramnik? Krapnik. It's Krapnik. This is just the pawn up. Okay. So now B6. Now who was it that played this before? We had a game with someone recently. In a very similar. Bishop B5 check. Bishop B5 check. Misplacing your bishop. Have you seen my bishop, guys? Where's... Oh, you're going to let me play B4. Do I even want to play B4? Normally black auto plays A5 in that position. But honestly... Yeah, do you even want to... Do you even want to hurt me? Okay. Well, anyway, we'll do it. Here. The free pawn variation. Okay. White is just not playing a real Mora here. They're not doing anything. When white castles, we're supposed to play bishop e6. No? And now, knight f6. Okay, so okay, this is Nefyadov. This is your brain on Nefyadov. How many games have we had here, Nefyadov? Nefyadov. Has Kamsky played the Schliemann with Nefyadov, Arsenal fan? That's the question. The Elon Musk Ellison Happy Sperm Club. Did you guys hear about this? You'll like this, Arsenal fan. Larry Ellison is now like, they're talking about buying a huge merger. The owner of Oracle. They're talking about eating up like a huge chunk of American multimedia, like CBS, and oligarchy is about to get like totally out of control now. In the U.S., if this is like approved, the guy who bought Paramount and all the stuff, yeah, the oligarchs are just going to own everything. Bernie Sanders was right. It's really sick. So, what can I do? I mean, the normal thing is D3. We have a million games here. Was there D4? I can't do D4 and allow E4. Can I? C4 is not very effective because of castles. I mean, you could play C4, castles, bishop takes C6. Bishop takes C4. So Larry Ellison was momentarily like richer than Elon Musk. By the way. But it's like really close. I'm not going to take on F4. Okay, so this is interesting. Mr. Someone on sound. Oligarchal. Ladi Wanga. Okay, so bishop g4, fine. You can play bishop g4. It's a French exchange variation. So at the end of the day, we've never played this before. So your idea is bishop g4. I played bishop g5 first. So here I'm out of book now. Ladi Wanga. You think simuls automatically improve your chess? I hope so. I think they do. I don't have goals anymore. No, I'm old, depressed, and I stopped having goals a while ago. No, I have a goal to restore my rating to a respectable sort of level. It's not much, but, to live another 10 years. Alright. So, I mean, should white consider knight on bd2, as pathetic as that is? Black's going to place the knight on c6, put pressure on the d4 pawn. Oligarchal. Sorry. So if h3... Don't want to weaken your king side against someone on sound, by the way. There's another interesting move, queen d3. Queen d3. Really asking for it. I like queen d3. Of course, he could go like bishop h5, bishop g6. Queen d3, interesting move. Maybe we wait with queen d3, though. We play knight c3, and on knight c6, then we play queen d3. And then bishop takes f3, queen f3, knight takes d4, queen takes b7. Zentai Peter and Fargo Ivan had a game like that in one of the IM tournaments I played a few years ago. Something like this. Ivan was white, and he was an old grandmaster, but a very solid player with tons of experience. Ivan was a great, he was a great queen pawn player with white. Simul's cost you your life, exactly. I had to devote my entire life to Simul's. Hey, what's up, Thomas Reinson? Speaking of Thomas Reinson, interesting that you should mention Thomas Reinson as the Snydorf pops up. Aren't we kind of close to our old friend, Yefim Geller? Here. The F4. An Arsenal fan says bishop takes knight a little bit later. If I don't play F4, well, I have no plan. And if I don't play F4, he could play B5. So A4. Maybe. That was the line you liked. More conspiracy theory stuff here. This is a game I've had with another player at least. So bishop g4. Remember our discussion about bishops on b7 and bishop d7? But can you go back to can you go to g4? Did I underestimate that? I mean, if I underestimated that, the bishop g4 thing? Bishop g4, d5, bishop takes c3 check. Bishop d2. You can always sack a pawn. Alright, so this is just really weird the way that white is playing this game. E takes d. Bishop takes d4. c5. But his bishop is open in that case. Well, anyway, whatever. Alright, so maybe we're transposing to a normal line in the Najdorf now with this thing. Castle. Weird hedgehog. Who is this? Who is this? Just a random opponent? It's not Acerbate, is it? Acerbate, you wouldn't play like that, would you? Answer me, man. Yesterday, the drunk racist guy started raving about, like, Donald Trump and Joe Biden. I was like, oh my god. This is like Joe Biden now? Come on, that was like 6 years ago. Drunk guy. Get with the program. Never argue with a drunk person. I'm just going to play b6. Once they figure out you're American, they think they can trigger you by, like, bringing up Donald Trump. But it's okay. I'm not going to fall for that. I'm pretty much immune to this now. Bishop e4 check. Okay, what's my setup? What does that do? It doesn't do anything. I mean, white can play knight c3, knight d2. I thought this is a thing, but what would Solomon Floor do? Caro-Kann expert. This is really like a kind of Panov, you know, if you think about it. Floor wouldn't have played e6. Just if I could have taken back e6 and played bishop g7, I would have a normal line here. But instead, I've played e6. I'm committed. I'm so tired of the putting people in camps and shit, you know? It's like chess. People just do that because it's easier, you know? Because they're too dumb or lazy to have to, like, actually think about where people stand on individual issues and shit. It just becomes this tribal thing where we're just on two different sides, and it's just a lazy way of looking at the world, you know? It's just ridiculous. I'm not going to get started on politics. A lot of bad stuff happening. University of California at Berkeley reported to the Trump administration a list of 160 people who are supposedly linked to possible anti-Semitism from the faculty, and it's just really bad. Really bad news. We're entering like a new like McCarthy era, where, you know, criticizing anything, you know, can be like reported to the government, and is like fucking unbelievable. University of California at Berkeley, which was like a haven for free speech. Scary times, guys. What do I do here? I'm just talking politics to distract from... Right. We can't even question... Exactly. We can't even question... We're not allowed to question. If we question a foreign government, we're put on some list in some secret files in the government or something, you know? Scary shit, man. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do, guys. I'm just going to randomly throw in a check. Draw. By the way, you played the London system, and you violated pillar number 1. I know it was with black, but if you're going to play the whole game using -2 minutes and play, you know, a really boring London system setup and then offer me a draw, I'm going to take it. I don't want to play, you know, boring games. That was just not an interesting position. Free speech has been long gone. Well, in the United States, anyway. So, okay, here we are again in Nefidov. Nefidovville. Here we are in Nefidovville. So I've tried probably everything, like knight f5, knight h5, d3. Got to be the most fundamental move for white. The second most boring system after London. Tory attack. A little better because at least you're like developing your bishop to a more active square on g5. Caro-Kann is up there. But that's the worst. The people who play the Caro-Kann with every color, You know, they're like playing the London because they have a little pawn triangle there on c3, d4, and e3. You know, when super grandmasters play the Caro-Kann, they just want a solid opening with black. They're not trying to play the London system. But you see, like, club players, they just do their little pawn triangle, and that's it, you know. That's the depth of their approach to the opening. I hate that. You know, they have the London system repertoire with the Caro-Kann with black and the Slav. The Californian author, IM, what's his name? Cyrus Lakdawala. He's an old-time Californian IM. He's written some books on stuff like the Caro-Kann, the London. That was always his repertoire. It's disgusting. In a few years, there'll be a new rule. No Schliemann. No. No, we can't criticize you for that. The bubble. This is up there. But my playing of the Reti with white seems to lead people to play really, you know, really kind of dry stuff. This is what I'm talking about, though. I was talking about earlier, like, how does Larson, like, win with white? If you play... I had this game with Bia Havanese, where I just offered a draw in this type of position after 15 moves in an IM tournament, because I was sort of like, yeah, if you want to draw, fine. The bubble, you're going to play the bubble. Very tedious. It's my fault, too, though. You know, I guess I should get some guts and play a more dynamic opening with white. That's why we should all play e4. Be a man. So you played rook b1 and b3. That's also a bubble. The market is in a bubble. The same position there. Okay, so you played knight c6. You're threatening to Faro go Ivan me here. No. Zentai Peter me. So h3, bishop f3, queen f3, knight d4, queen b7. Etc., etc. That's like the king and I, right? Etc. The market is in a freaking bubble. Dude, how are house prices so they went up by, like, you know. I love how house prices just, you know, didn't go up at all till I sell my house. Dude, I'm like cursed. I mean, it's ridiculous. If I sell my house, you know, like in the next like year, house prices will go up by like 200% or something. The market just follows me around and like mocks me. I'm like the leading driving force of the market. House prices were like totally stagnant for like 15 years. And suddenly, boom, you know, like, oh, I would have made a lot of money. Yes, I need therapy. All right, rook e1. So, I can't remember who played this, right? So how about this for a quote? Chess is boring and then you die. Who plays the Caro-Kann? Yeah, artificial scarcity. Okay, something like that. I believe that's a thing. Arsenal studying his economics. It's a science, not an art. I wanted to study economics, but I couldn't do the math. It was boring. It was just boring. I just couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Should I seriously consider taking with a knight here? So here we go, mainline Nefedov, forcing a equal position. Mainline Nefedov. Now what do I do, right? Every time I play this, I'm like, well, it feels like there should be something, but there's nothing here. Bishop G5. What would Nimzovich do? You're threatening me. You're threatening me. Okay. Whatever. Okay, so you're going to move your queen. You're going to move your queen to D7. And then you're going to play rook A, E8, right? So, if I try anything funny, you're threatening knight E4 right away. I could play queen F5. What does it do? You know, queen F5 is looking very artificial. By the way, this isn't like the first time I played this position. I have probably like 4 games with Nefedov here, but it's like I like to reinvent the wheel. You know, I mean, Walter Brown thinking on move 6 and then Najdorf. Before computers, that's how, you know, chess novelties and ideas were invented. We shouldn't just automatically play, but think. There's not a lot here, though. You know, Bishop G5 doesn't look great. Of course, I could induce black. You know, I could induce black to play like H6. How bad is it? Bishop G5, Queen D7, we said. And then I have Queen F5. Yeah, there's also Queen E8. Queen E8 is a bigger problem after Bishop F6. So he's not going to play H6. He can play, like, you know, a more constructive move. Queen E8 with the idea of Queen G6, for example. I'm going to have to move my queen away from the F file. I know, white has nothing. It's an equal position. And white has to be a little bit careful not to be worse. Right? I'm an influencer. Chess influencer. I guess I have to retreat my queen. Knight H5. C4, I want to play C4. Then black has knight E4. But maybe it's nothing. C4, C4, E4. Black's actually better developed now. Reinvent everything. Yeah, I don't know. Knight F5. I get pinned. But Knight F5 still should be considered. Knight F5, E4. Still. I don't know if I've ever played Knight F5 here. I'm asking for trouble. I'm afraid. Nefedov knows this line. You know, I really ought to be careful. Knight F5. What does he do after Knight F5? What's wrong with Knight F5? Seriously. Like, why can't I play that? Let's say he just develops. I take. He takes. I move my queen. I'm going to do it. You know, I don't know if I've ever played this move. Oddly enough. Another housing bubble. Exact same position from the other game. And the pawn grab. So, who's our Grunfeld? Who's our Grunfeld expert? I mean, I've had a lot of games years ago, but nothing too much recently. Castles. Castle's main line. And then, but wait. Yeah, Castle's his main line. It's Bishop G4. Feels very Arsenal fan. Speaking of Arsenal fan. Is this a Najdorf too? Uh-oh. Arsenal has a huge, you know, kind of tell on his Bishop G4 play. He's much more likely to try to play this move Bishop G4 in all, you know, King Pawn openings than most players his level. I'm definitely going with Arsenal fan on this one. Knight C6 in the Najdorf, Bishop G4. It's Arsenal fan. It's better than being Marzevich by Influencerovich. I was just thinking it was funny. This is stupid, but if somebody had like the name Anna Matronich, like, you know, like a Serbian Matronich. new woman Grandmaster Anna Matronich. Yeah. No. Featuring Freddy Fazbear and animatronic. Can I play H5 here? You never see anyone do that, right? H5. Opening the king side. Yeah, I mean, isn't it like centered line, like G4, H6, Bishop F6? But normally my bishop's on E7 in that kind of position. So B5, yeah, they'll just take and I go back, right? This is probably like a main line. And I don't know what I'm doing because I don't play the Najdorf. But B5, it's sort of now or never for the B5. B5, Bishop F6, Knight F6. I have this like post-traumatic stress disorder because once I never played the Najdorf. I don't think I ever played the Najdorf technically using a Najdorf move order in my life because I was terrified of the theory. And once I had this game with a guy who was like a national master, and somehow he tricked me into playing the Najdorf because it was a Scheveningen. I played Bishop G5, and I didn't know what to do, and I played like A6. We ended up transposing to a theoretical Najdorf, and I had some sort of sacrifice on B5, and it was like, it was horrible, you know. I ended up drawing the game, but getting almost like tortured by a much lower rated player. It just compounds, you know, my post-traumatic Najdorf stress. This is theory, by the way, in that reversed Grunfeld. Geller, anyone? Do I go B4? seems unnecessary. It also seems extremely freaking dangerous for black. b4 takes, rook b1. Sacking a pawn. To open lines. So this move is non-standard. What the heck, man? Soon we're going to have to reveal you didn't know that Karpov got a brain injury. Well, no, he had some incident where I don't know about brain injury. That's possible, but very little, clear information coming out of the Kremlin that we can trust, or anywhere for that matter. There was an incident a few years ago when he fell, or was pushed, and hurt himself, seriously, and I guess he probably recovered, but there was the implication that Karpov was probably drunk. So, I don't know. All right. So here, bishop g4. Oh. Out of book. That's probably a main move, right? d5. Am I supposed to play d5? Rook b7 is nothing. I mean, rook b7, bishop f3, bishop f3, bishop takes d4. I mean, maybe it's not nothing. I don't know. What happens after d5? Like e6? Guys, I don't know what I'm doing here. Knight on bd2. Takes on c4. Okay. But maybe I have something better. Let's try knight to c6. I don't see bringing his bishop out, with tempo being a good thing to do. I saw a rook on d1. I was like, oh my god, white castled queenside. Wow. Another bubble. This is acerbate. With rook d1, I've never seen you do anything like that. No. Bad guess. Wow, it's Tomas. Tomas doing his best acerbate impression. Getting his clock down to 8 minutes. Bishop e2, knight f3, queen c2. c4. Rook d1 should have been a giveaway. Acerbate's never played that kind of move before. Acerbate would play like a3 or b3. But he would never play rook d1. But I really didn't have another guess. I couldn't possibly identify our Tomas Reinsen here. And this is not acerbate either. I don't know who it is. Maybe no one that I know. We've got a lot of similar positions. So we are going into Farrago Zentai territory there. Far ago and long away. Far ago and long away, in a distant galaxy. That's Star Wars opening scene, right? I'm happy I managed to sneak one past you. Yeah, where's Astrobate? Where's Cheesy Noob? Yeah, you played the Mora against me. You've been playing the English, though. Okay, so Rook C8. Rook C8, F5. What do we do? Rook C8, F5? Bishop takes C4. Queen C4. If we don't play F5, what do we do? Knight D5? No. I have to ask Nefedov. These are the closest we've got to Yefim Geller here. I don't know why I like these Bishop E2 lines. Again, it's a Karpov influence. When I was not a little kid, but when I was a teenager, my friend, he loved Karpov, and so we studied a lot of like Karpov. Both of us have Karpov's My Best Games, which is a good book. Karpov annotated a bunch of his games. I think it influenced a generation of players, probably. Bishop E2, Castle Kingside. But as I mentioned earlier in the analysis streams, Karpov was connected to Geller in terms of, like, I think being one of his seconds at some point. So you see, it's older than Karpov. This type of setup is a classical way to play with white. I mean, I don't know who we can attribute it to. Before Geller, probably there's even older examples, even older players that conducted the white side of the Sicilian like this. Yeah, probably Arsenal fan. Why can't I remember things? F5, Bishop C4. And then what was the move? Do we just take on C4? Queen takes C4. Queen F3. I don't like that my rook is just protected by the queen, but you don't have any tricks there. I don't know why I have memory loss. So this queen is kind of weird, but whatever. The bubble. Brazilian butt lift variation. Always take back with a pawn. Well, mostly. It's not forced, literally. Now this move gonna cost you a little of time. Wow. Dude, Asterbait is playing the Dutch. Oh man, now it all comes. Now it all looks understandable. This has to be Asterbait playing the Dutch. Because only Asterbait would play knight h5 in this position. Dude, it's extremely hard to learn the Dutch. Fortunately, I might have played it at some point. Botvinnik played it. I mean, Botvinnik is the greatest exponent. Aliakin played it. But man, it takes a lot of getting. You got to really know what you're doing. I would think it takes like a lifetime to play the Dutch successfully. This is Asterbait. Knight h5, dude. I just want to, point this out that that's the center there. The center is there. You need like a signpost that says, Asterbait, the center is over there, bro. The center is over there. That's the side of the board. Point him toward the center. We're going to just destroy him here. Total central devastation. I was looking for the center, but I don't know where it... Where is it? Have you seen the center? Alright, whatever. Sort of typical looking... It's a typical Grunfeld looking position. Can he cook? Grunfeld looking. Looking for Grunfelds. Jesus, dude. Who is this? This is some kind of theoretical god playing white. This was an opening that I had pretty seriously been looking at from the white side. Both of these moves are aggressive. The engine thinks it's like completely equal. But there are always like these little differences. Bishop g5. I guess I'm out of book. That's all there is to this now with Bishop g5. I don't think I've actually gotten this far with the black side. I might have had this position with white. I probably have had this position with white, I should say. I also looked at playing it against Kaidanov last year because he had gone into this with black against other people. But then against me, he varied and played something different. Bishop g5, bishop e7. No, but I'm thinking of a different line where the queens get traded on d7. Maybe Kaidanov played queen d7. It's the same sort of, well, it's less ambitious than bishop d7. It's a satyr. Bishop e7, take. If I don't play bishop e7, what am I going to play? Another draw offer from a bubble guy. Are you serious? No. This is. Why are you offering me a draw like the other guy? You saw the other guy get a draw, so you're gonna get a draw too. Okay, but this is an equal position. But all the pieces are on the board. Nothing's been exchanged, and you're offering a draw. Obviously, Larson wouldn't go for that. Like Arsenal was saying. But is black threatening d4? By the way, like last move. Oh, now he's threatening d4. Okay, you had played rook e8 before, and now you're threatening d4. Are you threatening d4? Yeah, I don't think d4 is that good, but rook d1 isn't that good either. Where do I put my rook? Well, maybe it doesn't matter. That's the point. So my rook is misplaced if you push d4, but still you push d4. You commit. Accelerated Queen's Indian. That could be very important for me. B5, knight A5. That's not what I want to see here. Black's counterattack is really slow. But I have to watch knight takes D4. H4, obviously a move. There are some crazy things like B5, knight A5, B6. Looks too risky. Queen A4, knight takes D4. Oh my god, that's really crazy. E3, the safest move. He's not the safest tool in the shed. Now, B4 is still hanging. I mean, no, I need to be careful here. This is not... This is a maniac playing black. I just want to say... Black is a maniac. You know, probably AP 87. Like a dyed-in-the-wool maniac. Okay, so I am concerned E4, ultra committal move by Nefedov. So pawn takes E4. Well, I mean, he can take with the knight or the pawn, obviously. But I have basically, I think, two moves. Maybe Queen E3 needs to be considered. Bit of a funny move, but not a stupid square. You know, maybe Queen E3. But pawn takes pawn, knight E4, Queen G4. You know what? Okay, I didn't want to have to part with my dark squared bishop, but parting with the ladies. A parting gift for the ladies. Who's the Trompowski player? Cheesy Noob. Alright guys, Cheesy Noob. It's Shocky. Uh-oh. Casting doubt on my entire position. This is a freaking disaster. Cast aspersions. Speaking of the center, he's knight G3, so white plays a kind of weird. Yeah. The only problem is that he doesn't yet have that move. So we have wooden shield with bishop D5. Wow. What if it's Arsenal fan? Damn, what if this is Arsenal fan and it's not Thomas? Thomas was playing English. The Smith-Morra game, he left. That's really lame. That's really lame. Typical Smith-Morra player. Alright. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Astromate not leaving without a fight. All right, so here we're in a very, very awkward situation against Shaki, who's a good player. I have knight a5. It's a double threat. Very concrete move. What does he play against knight a5? Can't hang the exchange. It's awkward to defend b3. That's my move. Well, obviously, I have to play queen g4. Threatening mate in 1. Okay, White's done himself a bad turn here. Oof. Very bad. Now, there are occasions where... Is this Redusa? He never played a3. No, it's Impure King. The mysterious Impure King. Redusa would play like h3 and... Alright, guys. Last round of guesses. The drawfer is probably not a regular. They're playing the bubble. I should accept a draw since it's probably going to end up being like a computer or something playing black here. But I'll probably play d4. This is Arsenal fan? It's not, of course. Alright, so we thought it was Arsenal fan. It's God Shankar, another seemingly pretty strong player. Had all the hallmarks of Arsenal fan, but it's not. Which means the other one is probably Arsenal fan. So we'll guess that. You induced me to play h3. Anyway, that's a standard move. Why would I play bishop e3, for example, here? To stop the diagonal. b5, castles, you know, whatever. So who is this super solid player playing black? Absolutely perfect play. Reminds me of myself. Okay. Not Tomas. Tomas Mann. Well, which way are you taking back, with the rook or the pawn? Have you decided yet? But then again, why should I trade necessarily? Maybe rook c8 is better. Am I afraid? Well, let's say I play rook c8. What's your next move? Knight takes c6? Okay. Bishop takes. No problem. I mean... Alright, so this is... I think this is AP87. I'm correct. Yeah, we've played enough games with AP87 to know his maniacal style. It looks a little slow. But, this was the guy who dropped a pawn in the opening. Sacrifice. The correct word. Sacrifice the pawn. Oh, you're gonna sack on e6? I don't think so. You can do that. Shit. You can actually do that. Wow. Oh, mother. What if this is cheesy noob, right? Just occurred to me. You could guess Cheesy Noob here. No, TM Bobby. All right. Well, you know, it was a stab in the dark. Gotta guess somebody. I have no good way to defend e6 except for bishop d5. And that move's probably fine. Objectively. This is a bit weird, you know. White sacrifices a pawn. Do we know who TM Bobby is? We played only one game against them. Very strange play here. Okay, d5 is possible. h6 is possible. It's a nice tactic you've got there. Queen e8. Now with more stuff. I'm going to go with a safe move. Bad Grunfeld. Who's playing the Bad Grunfeld? Hey, Miro is not. Hey, it's Miro is not here. This is Gutan. Wow. So Gutan playing a real opening with black. But he plays like weird stuff with white. Which somehow seems kind of inconsistent. F4, bishop d4, check. That's not good. Arsenal would never use all of his time. So we put Arsenal on the other Najdorf game. This one. This has got to be him. Arsenal fan itchy. What do you call Arsenal fan when he goes to the hostel and gets bed bugs? Oh, man. My daughter's school class went on a trip and they got bed bugs. Although she wasn't bitten, there was a huge scandal. A bed bug. All the moms were going crazy. Yeah, never trust a hostel. Never trust a hostel near a train station. Shockingly. We had to like decontaminate everything. Need the mother's hostel. Exactly. Arsenal fans' favorite kind of mothers. Hostile mothers. Hostile fans. Okay, what am I thinking about? So... You're threatening my central pawn, which is rather primal in importance. We have bishop f3, obviously. We'd rather put the bishop on c4 if there was an option to do that, and maybe there is. But let's say I play bishop c4. Chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. 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 Chop, chop, chop. I mean, it's also plausible to play bishop f3. Hey Arsenal, you're supposed to be like blocking. You're supposed to be like not watching the stream, aren't you? You're supposed to have like. You're supposed to have the stream turned off. You normally play with stream turned off. What's up, man? Now that you're like shadow banned, it's okay anymore. You change your policy. All right, guys, we're gonna get a little bit low on time. There's been a policy change. I'm sorry. Your stream muted. Okay. 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 Oh, this is Sinus 314159. New opponent I've never played before. Do you prefer Sinus or Sinus? Sinal tap. Bro. D4, bishop takes c6? No. Dude, could that possibly work? No. But I don't have to. I mean, I can castle. But if I castle and white plays like rook to d1, you're still not really threatening anything. But I still need a move. It's a weird situation. If I castle, he plays rook to d1. I could play something really bizarre like queen e8 there. Okay, anyway, it's an interesting game. We'll find out. Champion chess with rather similar game to some others that we have, clearly. And now, not a lot of options here. Queen takes b7, rook b8, queen a6. Oh no, Richard Brunton. You're flirting with disaster, man. Flirting with disaster. Man, it's so epically tempting to play knight takes f2 now. I feel like it's Bughouse. Asterbait would play knight f2, like, instantaneously. Knight f2, king f2. But he might be able to defend that. Richard has been a good defender. I would definitely play this move. Notes. No note taking. So knight takes f2, king f2, knight f6. I don't know. I want to play knight f2. But if I take on d4, he has bishop takes d4. And that solidly defends his king. Alright, now. We just win a pawn with bishop e2. Settle for that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I've had this position before with the queen on d3, Actually, I looked at this. I don't know about Rookie 1 exactly, but I think that is a standard type of move. This has been played. This has been played on a fairly high level, though I like black personally. Oh, Imre Bardi wasn't the London system guy. I'm going to turn off chat here. Guys, hype train. Did I hear a hype train coming? Choo choo. Choo 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 choo. No H3. No H3. It's for me. Orti Orticante. This looks somehow familiar to some Nimzovich game I looked at with black. Yeah, F4. F4 standard move. Well, what the heck is my plan? You know, F4. And what? I don't know. We're going to find out. Okay, Heroku playing, yes, this is probably Theory, Najdorf. Jesus, TM Bobby has left the game. Now the big question on everyone's mind is like, did he hang his e4 pawn on move 2? Or did he sacrifice that pawn on purpose? Because that's not normal, bro. This knight g5 came out of nowhere to give him a little bit of play. Yeah, we can always play actually a lot of things here. Knight b6. Strangely enough, you're gonna take my a pawn. Well, I don't care too much about the a pawn, actually. What about h6? Knight d5. Knight d5, knight d5. That's kind of dangerous. If I go back, you can go back and reconsider. Go back and reconsider. This is like the other game. Oh shit, he took the pawn. That I kind of forgot about. Whatever, I had a pawn to spare. Wow. Crazy. Rook takes b7. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, we must be in the be deep in the Summon on Sound theoretical department here. Who would have thunk it? Unbelievable. He knows all. Oh. So I have to do that? Like takes? Looks like I have to take. Take and play 94. What else am I going to do? Take, play 94. You have like a trick? Well, whatever. Oh, you have queen e5, but then knight d6. God. You always wonder what it would be like to play God. I just play God on TV. So, right. Yeah, I don't know why I want to do that. So I'm used to playing the Sozin. You know, this is similar to a Sozin. Sozinic. Sozinich. Similar to a Sozin. Sozin-like. Right. Oh no, who expected that move? Asterby would lose his mind now. Anybody want to guess what Asterby would play? He'd probably play knight g5 here. But I think actually it is a candidate move. So I can take on d4, and if you take on e4, I take on e3. That's 1, 2 pawns. And then, you know, he has to like move his knight to f3, and I take on e4, and that's pretty scary for white. So takes, bishop takes, knight g3. Interesting. Of course, there's always just simply trading the knights is sort of boring, but maybe objectively the most straightforward move that has to be considered. All right, I'm going to try this. Reduce to playing the Grunfeld. Is this really book? That knight on a6 is loose. Obviously e5, bishop f3. We have a lot of moves. You're threatening knight to c5, among other things. So I should really avoid that. So, okay. I'm all in. We're definitely all in here. Of course, we have a number of moves. Queen a4, rook b1, c6. c6 is interesting. You'll probably take it and then run away if I do that. Fluoride. Is there anything in taking with the pawn, maybe? So now I have to play knight e4. And when's the trick coming? This is all in the notebook. Speaking of the notebook. Ascent. I don't even remember Ascent being in the tournament. Okay. Tournament. Yeah, it's a tournament. And I'm international master, and I don't know what a Simul's called. I call Simul's tournaments. It's cool. Well, h4, not a quiet move. Defending his bishop on g5. We need to develop our pieces there. Champion. We can always take on d4. I don't know, though. I mean, he doesn't have to... Yeah, he'll take back with a pawn, probably. All right. Blockade of the dark squares has been called. I have f4 dropping a rook. That's always good. Rook b3, rook d2, queen d2. Rook b3 is not good. The rook is a liability here. All right. I know this is exciting. We're definitely taking with the e-pawn. G-pawn, not an option there. Now, knight d5. It looks pretty strong. Of course, there's no reason I should have to rush. What about bishop c4? Is that a reason? So the million-dollar question is, Nefedov still in his little workbook? The Schliemann for the tournament player. Yeah, I'm scared. I have to admit, I'm scared. Knight g3 takes, check. King e2, only move. It's a hell of a bishop you've got on d4. It is a hell of a bishop. But for how long? I see. Well, alright. We gotta go for it. Threatening mate in 1. Very subtle. f4. So I have to take on d6. He takes with the knight. And my pieces are forked. Looks like we've gone down into deep Delugi, Mr. Someone on Sound Theory. No, bishop a4. Arsenal fan, he has a skewer. The old bishop a4 trick. Yeah. Yep. You might be familiar with that one. Oh. Yeah, you're a tactical light storm. That's why I was surprised you asked. I was like, you of all people would see it. The snap tactic there. Tactical light storm. Lugosi. Oh, Lugosi offered a draw. Friendly draw offer. Bela Lugosi's dead. I'm a big fan of Bauhaus. But this is Legasel. Yeah, it was a boring game. And then it died. I don't know what to do. I do not know what to do. Seriously. Keeper of the tension. But I mean, do I detect like a little bit of a sort of backwardness in that pawn on b6? Yeah, but what are you going to do about it? Not a big deal, man. Black is just too solid here. He's very solid. Big on solid. Random waiting move. Insert random waiting move. Alright, so this is kind of cool. We have pawn takes pawn. Yeah, but why do you want to do that? Why would you want to do that? My queen is awkwardly placed. Queen d6. Allowing knight e5. That's bad. You don't want to allow that necessarily on white's terms. Take b5, c5, bishop d5. That's a known idea. Knight b8. Champion. Okay, guys. I'm using too much time. Wow. So knight d4. Possible. We're still in theory. Possible landslide. Did I have knight e4 there? Probably not. Now we have to play d4. Shocky. Wow. Solid 4. We'll be happy. We have bishop. Have bishop will travel. Okay. Bishop. Speaking of bishops, I need to defend this pawn. Pawns. Pawns are the soul of chess. And black has c4. Okay, well that's another story. F3. Queen d4 check. F3, queen d4 check. King h2. Queen c4. Yes, that's okay. Boy, f3 is kind of crazy. In a good way. F3. Queen d4 check. King h2. Oh no. Queen e5 check. And clearly I don't have to play f3, but knight f2 is a little weird. Because my queen is going to be attacked by knight f2. He also has knight g3, like queen d7, knight g3. Winning the exchange. Something like weird like that. Queen e7 is pretty dubious. F3, queen d4 check. King h2, queen e5 check. Nice queen. Yeah, then you have knight g3. Oh my god. So f3, queen d4 check, king h2, queen e5 check. King g1, knight g3. Yuck. I'm not interested in that. Bishop e3. Sacrificing a pawnski. So bishop e3, queen takes b2, c4. Kind of a neat idea, giving him two connected pass pawns. That's always good. But it's not so simple. After bishop e3, queen b2, c4, black could play, for example, knight f6. I have a check on e6. His position's a bit loose. He doesn't really have any threats. So after bishop e3, queen b2, c4, he can't take because of queen takes c4. What does he do? All right, let's try it. It's interesting. Subtly threatening mate in 1. Subtly or suddenly? Yeah. Oh my god, d5. You should be happy to repeat position there. This is just crazy. Really crazy. This is asking too much when someone asks too much. No, I want more. No, more. Bozo playing... Wow, Bozo playing the black side of Caro-Kann. Mainline. Panov. Knight f4, g5. I feel like I had this already. Okay, next. Next customer. In Osensia. Obsessia. So you play Queen e3 now. What is that about? b5. Still typical move. You don't have e5. Do you have any tactics? I don't see it. Queen b1. Okay, so my idea is like a4 to undermine white's structure. It looks reasonable. But I mean, the timing of it is, you know, maybe not necessary to do it right away. I could play bishop a6, for example. Is there some sort of tactic for him there? Aha! Back to d7. I wonder why he would go there. Why would he put his knight on d7? Wonder why. We have a very kind of good-looking attack now. Bishop e3. Even g4 is possible. g4, knight b6, g5. If g4, he almost has to play h6, I would say. I would weaken my own king side. But I kind of just like, yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the obvious threat here. If a5... Maybe he also frees up queen c6. Now we need to be careful. Speaking of queen c6. But someone on sound, not with too many threats. I can lose the b2 pawn, it's not a big deal. I don't really want to, but I don't think there's an option. So where do I go? A6 drops, no. A6 or D5? No, A6 or C6. Queen C6. It looks fine. Okay. Impure king. This move. Pretty standard stuff here. Maybe I should play h6 though. What's going on? Why is a7 not hanging? You just double down on the 7th? Wow. Crazy. Doubling down. Rook b8, knight d4, bishop e2. Yeah, this is weird. I don't know. When you get bored of it, let me know. Yeah, I'm already bored. I, tried something. I guess I stumbled into a forced draw. It looks like. Wow. Dude, this is getting a little bit out of control now. 96, knight f5. Okay. Speaking of knight a5, wow. Okay. So what do you do in the knight, or like castle queen side or something? Rook c8 at some point? Is that a move? Am I supposed to do that? e5. Oh shit, what is that? What? Very, very interesting idea. Oh, I see. You have knight f5. Okay. And so if g4, and so it goes. g4, knight g6. But anyway, it's interesting. Nefedov took this offer very seriously. But let's be careful here. I have a check. Uh-huh. I mean, wow. Do I consider something radical here? Rook b1. Wow. This might actually even be, worth looking at. Rook b1. Queen c2. Rook b7. It's a lot of pawns to sacrifice. c4, knight f6, queen e6 check, king h8, c takes d, knight takes d5, queen d6, knight d3, takes. Okay, rook b1, he has like many moves, but many moves ago, this rook b7 thing is pretty serious, bro. Rook b1, queen e5, rook b7. Who cares if I'm down a pawn? c4, knight f6, queen e6 check, king h8, takes, knight takes. So what exactly is happening here? h3. Looks like something I would play. Now with more pawns. We're getting really low on time suddenly? Damn. What? What happened? Queen g4? Where did my time go? Bro. Draw. Okay, somewhat. Crazy. Yeah, nobody's used it any time. I don't know. The game's getting too complicated. The Arsenal did what I thought he would. Yeah. Whoa. You want me to, like, sack my queen? Like, rook b8. Bishop h6. Very subtle. What? Now, those are some serious pawns there. Yeah, I gotta watch my knight doesn't literally get trapped, though. Kind of annoying. What? Yeah. Wow. What? Again. It's the only thing I can say. Walter, what? Nightorf is fun. Now what do I do? I don't know. Well, that defends c7. The bishop on f4 defends c7. Okay. Mm-hmm. 1300. Plays like Nim's a bitch. I didn't see this move. Okay, whatever. Wow. What did you do? King B1? The guys use no time for the entire game. Standard, right? Bishop's hanging, bishop d4. Oh, yeah. Whoa. F4. Those was 1600. This guy's 1300. I mean, give me a break, dude. This is on Arsenal fan. He's 1300. Okay, maybe. Yeah, I guess. That's the most solid 1300 ever. He's more like 1900, but it's fine. He hasn't done anything, you know, illegal. Just ridiculously good. At least he's used his time. Just played like Nim's a bitch. Standard 1300. This is not really normal, bro. I don't have a good feeling about this game, but we'll see. He's 1700. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sacrificing a pawn in the opening for nothing. All right. Time. Wow. Champion chess. We've played a lot of games already. Jeez. This is tough. Oh my god, my F-pawn fell. And there's mates. Holy tactics. Wow, okay. 1,300. Damn, dude. Never accept the Arsenal suggestions. What? I have queen takes? I have to. Yeah. I mean, Arsenal submitted players. Your 1,300 is like 2,000. But I don't know what I was expecting. Okay, that's standard. Par for the course. Bishop f6? Wait, what? Where's the mate? Oh no, a suction mate. That's cool. AP87. Used too much time. Bishop c3. Yeah. Wow. What a night. Oh, what a night. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Terrified. Literally terrified. Over 1,300. Lucky I'm not lost here. Wow. Okay. Right, that's classic. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, you had that move? No way. No freaking way. What are you doing over there, man? What? What? Oh my god, he's up a piece. I feel like what? You could do d4? Is that even legal? What? Don't I have this? Wow, it's crazy. Blockade. Wow. This is unbelievable, dude. This is not cool. Almost everyone is playing for time. pretty sick, actually. It's totally mental. My knight's trapped. Sort of. What? What is Nefidov doing here? What's that? Whoa. I feel like I missed something there. Okay. Rook attack. When rooks attack, you have that move? My God, bro. What? Okay. Fine. Wow, dude, this guy is not 300 or whatever. He's like a master. So sick. Jesus, dude. Oof. You gotta be careful. Wow. That's weird. That is weird. True. This is freaking me out. Alright, draw. Gives a defense to that. What the fuck, man? Guys, 27 minutes. Yeah, 300. 1300. Typical 1300. Sure. That's very honest of you. But what did he say? He was FIDE? This guy just keeps coming up with threats. Oh, man. Okay. Draw. Gutan seems different. He had a very sharp opening today. Wow. Check. What? This guy's really determined. "30 minutes? Bro, did you read the description of the Simul that says don't play bullet chess? Yeah, but if you're that strong, why would your rating be 300 or whatever? Are you the 300 guy? The 300 club. I need to try to win this. $1,300, whatever. 300, 1,300. It's the same. It's easier to say 3 than 13. I'm like Trump. I have Trump brain. What the hell is happening here? H takes G, H takes G. What the? Oh my god. King safety. Jesus, there's an earthquake. Holy shit. Freaking earthquake. Wow. Is that legal? This guy is a really weird player. Oh, they're blocked. I didn't realize Impure King was blocked. I wonder why. Arsenal fan resigned. Wow. Alright, man. Yeah, this is scary. Freaking out. The what happened now? WhatsApp. Oh my god. Those are some nice bishops. Yeah. It's a choo-choo train. Keeps coming up with moves, though. 11 wins, 7 draws. No losses. Why is Shockey the only one making moves? You might feel a little bit of discomfort, but it'll dissolve in a few seconds. It'll just hurt a little bit. This might feel like a little bit of a pinch. You know when the doctor says that? Impure king. Mm-hmm. Of course. Wait, what? What? Yeah, this is really weird, dude. Oof. He gets out of that pin. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Shockey, very technical endgame. This could go like 100 moves. Looks like everything is under control. Except for that other disaster. Uncle Unclear King. Right. Yeah. Wow. This is winning. This has to be winning. He finds the defense. All right. Just say uncle. Sneaker. I'm up a pawn. Pawn up. Skaki. Isn't that what they call it? Skaki. Sack the queen. Reduce us making... doing spoilers again. You're in no position to offer a draw here. The Unclear King Mm-hmm. Oh. Now we have chance to win Ops Color Bishop Endgame. Oh, Black blundered. He blundered, that's why. He has a lot of time to think about his next move. Legacy. Alright. You don't use enough time. Cenas is still going. He's getting tortured. Looks really bad, actually. I mean, what's White going to do? He's going to get F forward. I can improve my king. This is a little bit crazy, huh? I think my pawns are too good. Excuse me. Mine are faster. It's a Grunfeld. What the hell is going on now? So pawn takes. What does that do? What have you done for me lately? One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 3, 4, 4. Uh-oh. I think I made a boo-boo. King G7. Nice. That's annoying. Wow, that's really an annoying move, bro. A new Bhutan today. That might like be Black's only move. Jesus. Okay, Kai. Yeah, I could lose this kind of endgame. I do stuff like that all the time. Let's see. B4. Well, at least I'll play B4. Yeah, let's check. Okay, H5. Gotta get behind it. Yeah, this check is annoying. Shit. Okay, it's probably fine. Whatever. Now we have to be careful. Yeah, why don't I go there? No. This is going to be a draw. Uh, no, you took with the pawn. Took with the pawn. Wow. Centralizing. That's disturbing. That's really disturbing. The new Gutand. Jesus. This is a totally new player from what I saw before. What if I checked first? Okay. Bishop takes. Dude, seriously? Could have a draw, but he doesn't. Wow. Check. No. Well, I do have F3 check. I mean, why wouldn't I play that? Are you trolling me? Probably not the best move by me, but whatever. Everything's a draw. As I don't lose my pawn for nothing. It's also very strange. Gutan never uses his time. In this game, he used his time. What's up with that? It's like a different person. Very weird. Very, very weird indeed. Ooh, that's getting a little close, but I think we got it. Sinocitus. Sinosity. Oh, there's a check. Bro. Not cool. Jesus Christ, bro. This game is absolutely insane. Which way am I going? Dude, bro. Dude, bro. Is anybody still watching? We got one gift sub today? No. No gift subs. It's a little late for gift subs. We did get Arsenal fan, 500 bits. Big money, no whammies. Thank you for that. Crushing me. Oh no. Whoa, what was that? Richard Brenton gifted a sub. To that sits shout. That's it shout. Richard Brenson. Brenson. Richard Brunson. Richard Brenton. That's its shout out. Masturbates tapped out. But I mean, I don't know who's torturing who here. I mean, it's just a total draw, but he wouldn't take the last pawn. Hiroku was like lost. He was down a piece actually. Very lucky to survive. And now he's gonna try to like play for a win. Ouch. He's known for his endgame technique. No, I could blunder this and lose. A5 check. Build a bridge. We're building a bridge to a better future. Oh no, he pushed the pawn. Crazy. So I can build a bridge? Build a bridge. Yeah, we should build a bridge. Those pawns look pretty dangerous to me. Sinus is a fast player. Thanks, Richard. The Richards. Oh, the Shocky game I totally forgot about. I didn't think he would play h6 for some reason. This is the kind of technical grind I thought we would get. What? Yeah? You could just do that? Oh no. Well, alright. I don't see what else I can do. It's probably a draw. But it's not over yet. Sadly, it is probably a draw. Shocky strong point is not really the end game, and that's the case with everybody, pretty much. If you guys were professionals, you probably wouldn't be watching my stream. Yeah. I mean, you're going to take my pawn away? Not very nice. But all you need to do is blockade. You could also just cut him off. Rook c8. Rook takes a6, king e6. Mate. Wonder if I could draw with rook and 2 pawns against queen and 1 pawn. Is there like a fortress draw? Now who's cut off? Wow, we're down to the last games. Okay, Shockey isn't necessarily one to play super long games. He gets bored very easily. But okay. Don't we all? Everybody here gets bored very easily. That's why we're chess players. So, rook takes b3. No, I was just wondering about the endgame. Like, if you had, seriously, if I had rook, my king is in an exposed position on f4. Like rook on d3, rook on f3, rook on d3, rook on f3. Is that a draw? Can he like do something to my king? I don't know which move to play. Rook c3, rook c2, rook c1. All right, I'll try this one. Oh no, you can't make progress. But it's the principle of the thing. You were up a pawn. You were lost, but you had some scary pressure, and I decided to bail out and go into the rook endgame. I knew I might not be winning, but it was better than losing. He tricked me. He played knight. And now I'm tempted. Oh my god, what if I'm like winning after that? Like rook c3. That'd be funny. Rook c3, knight check. Rook c2 check. Knight check, king g5. Knight e5, rook c2 check. You know, you can probably draw with rook and knight versus 2 pawns. But you're really tempting me here. What am I doing? Yeah. Trading rooks is what I'm doing. Obviously. So we have 2 games left, both rook end games. This one is pretty complicated. We play with rook versus rook. You finished going over our game. You had the potential to get in a favorable endgame, but you messed it up. Yeah, I mean, I spaced on queen takes h7 check when I did the whole combination. That's not good. This is a bit odd. I don't like his move rook b2. It's very passive. Oh no. I have better king position. I'm going to play for a win here. He could get mated. Heroku's a weird opponent. Just saying. Yeah, Tomas, I guess I equalized, but then the combo with b5 was too fancy. I should have been more patient. I wouldn't have done it if I had seen queen takes h7. Yeah, it's like he's trying to lose or something. This is weird. I think it's almost impossible to lose with rook versus rook, but we'll have to ask Oleg Krivonosov because he's the expert. I know someone on sound was in Estonia. Maybe you could stop by Latvia and ask him how many like rook versus rook in games he's won. We should do like a chess-based search for rook versus rook to see if anyone's actually ever lost with rook versus rook. There has to be like one example of something crazy happening, but it's probably like a time scramble where someone dropped a rook or something, you know. It's embarrassing. Yeah, he's being a pest. I'm better here. Just have to improve my king position a little. And you're not going to get away with that. I guess he's just trying to last to be the last game. But you should take more time. I didn't lose any games today. That's weird. I've been doing that a lot lately. Right. No. Oh no, f4 check, king takes. Am I winning? That's a nightmare. We are winning. We are the world. We are the children. Right, well. Am I? Are you sure about it? $16 wins, 8 draws, no losses. Yeah, I mean, I must have been lost in some game. Today. Well, that guy, the crazy guy who played dropped his e4 pawn with e4, d6, bishop c4, knight f6, d4, knight takes e4, queen h5. I was probably lost in that game, but maybe not. I had a really crazy game with the what is the king? The improper king. What's his name? Some positions were getting pretty out of control. Haruku had some chances in the Sicilian in a very sharp position. I'm curious if I played that right. Improper king. The imprudent king. Guys, we're going to be back on Wednesday tournament. Again on Wednesday. One last time. I've got to go out on Tuesday. I've been contracted to play poker on Tuesday, so look, I don't make enough money from chess, so I have to scramble to take what I can get. So oh, King G3. Yeah, Shaki missed the intermezzo check. You know, he thought I was going to play like rook takes f2, and he would start checking me from behind, and it's probably a draw. But he didn't see rook e2 check. Rook e2 check in between move, forcing his king away, and then taking on f2, and now he's lost. Impudent king. The impudent oyster. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Again, Wednesday tournament. I'll set it up tomorrow. Probably be an arena. We are winning. But we'll take a quick look at the games. How are we doing on time? Yeah, it wasn't too long tonight. Yeah, Sinus. Thanks for playing. It's your first time playing me. It's not often that I don't lose any games. Okay, we did a bunch of draws against people who are like disinterested. I mean, I did play a lot of flank openings, and sometimes that goes into these dry readies. Not a lot of sharp openings. There were a couple with black, but with white I didn't really have anything too sharp. The Nefedov game, what happened? He lost? That was weird. I'm curious what I did against Nefedov, though. I think it's the first time I probably played Knight of 5. Nefedov, are you still out there? And here we have to be careful. There's a little threat. A minor threat. This is fine. This is easy. I don't see any reason to do it any other way than the way we did this. Very simple enforcing. This has to be winning. Now F2 or F1? You think like F1 probably is clearly better. Is there some theoretical draw he could reach here? Maybe F2 is not so. Maybe F2 is not so stupid. Yeah, but then he'll like go back. Go back and threaten me again. Although that might not matter. King F2 or King F1? Check, King D2. Yeah. Yeah, but I have a check here on I should know this like stone cold if this is a win or not, but my brain is sort of hazy. I never play many like technical endgames now. All I do is play Blitz. I would say it has to be a win, but there are some positions. Let's see, King E3 F2. Yeah, I mean this has to be a standard build a bridge type thing. I would say it's definitely winning, but I mean I could do weird stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've never been big on like names, losing a position, and that's not how I really remember. I've always just done in games by studied in games with books, but more ideas than remembering like names and specific positions. More about feel for me. You just learn endgame with just by playing endgames. Grandmaster John Fedorovich. You don't study. No, that's Cookie Monster. I can't do it. I can't do New York accents. I really can't. It's funny. I was born in New Jersey. It's only one state away, and lived there for 17 years. And I still can't do a New York accent. I never could. It's a totally different accent. Hey. You're gonna get a bye. That's like something else. That's the most famous tournament director in the United States. We're gonna give you a bye for this round. Okay. Combination of Bill Goichberg and South Park. Counselor. Okay. I'm gonna join the ICA. Sorry, Mr. Coffee. We took you out and gave you a bye. The dude's really old now. Very old. So it doesn't matter what I do now, right? F2. Actually, F2. And there's more for you. I'm threatening King F to E1. Actually, King E1, Rook check. Yeah. That's brutal. King E1. If it's my move, King E1. Rook check, King D1. Rook F8. Or Rook C1. Rook F8. Rook A3 check again. One of those things. I could drive his king back. I don't know why I have the weird cough. I was around like people yesterday. Maybe I got something. COVID. It's a good thing they don't let people smoke in poker tournaments. I can't imagine the old days. I remember when I was young, I used to smoke, and we'd go to the casino, and it was still allowed to smoke in casinos. It was like filled with smoke. Of course, they had like non-smoking areas too, but I still can't. We're going to the bar, and everyone's smoking. Unbelievable. Imagine in chess tournaments, people used to smoke at the board. Pal used to smoke at the board. There were like ashtrays at every board. Even in the 80s, it had been non-smoking already by the time I started. But smoke outside. F2 is for you. Yeah, so we block you out. go to D1. And then king D1. This is what I was talking about, right? So I'm threatening mate. No. I'm threatening rook A3. Driving his king further away. Unfortunately for him, rook B8 is not a move. Well, for many reasons, but check. Check. You must go back. And that's that. That's a very conventional way of building a bridge. Super conventional bridge. Concrete and steel. None of this tricky bridge building with glass and what have you. Very solid bridge here. A whole queen and nothing but the queen. So help you God. No sacking your rook either. Now, I get a whole queen. Whole Foods. Nice. It's where you reach and you get the queen and you like put it next to the board. You like look at your opponent like, come on, bro. Just do it. You know, resign. You already got the last game. Come on. This is my second recent undefeated Simul, so I'm getting better at this. Okay, we probably had a few people just drop, and we got in we handled the time pressure pretty well today, though. I was down to increments for with a bunch of games left, and that's a good thing about not drinking too much alcohol the day before and not getting a hangover. You know, you're capable of functioning in time pressure. Who is the Lucena? Who is Lucena? Historical endgame. Italian? Who historical endgame scholar? Studyist? Like very old. You know, some endgames were solved very far back historically. You know, this is like one of them. But I'm not an expert on that kind of stuff. The history of who is, you know, very few chess historians these days. Too much time on my clock, I know. 29 minutes. I'm almost as bad as that guy with 30 minutes. Shaki's not going to do this, right? He's throwing his computer out the window. He's normally a great sport. And he got the award for being the last game, so I don't know what the problem is here. He should be proud to be the last one standing. Savoring the moment, I guess, as they say. Yeah, he's looking for stalemate. There's no stalemate trap left in the position. Oh no. Yeah, that sort of sucks. There's always a stalemate with no pawns left, right? Has he done this before? This not resigning thing? Maybe. Guys, we're up to 21-10 on the World Senior Thanks to Richard Brenton for donating 50 and 1 cent. And someone on sound with his usual $10. So we got Arsenal fan for 500 bits. We got a gift sub from Richard Brenton. So gift subs are appreciated because it brings new people. Can we not? We start with the game review. Yeah, we will. That's a stalemate. We will be starting soon. All right. Thank you guys for the games. 17 wins, 8 draws. Let's see who dropped early. Omar Basha offered me a draw. Cheesy Noob just kind of abandoned relatively early. Imre Bardi also just kind of left and resigned. Guys, you're not supposed to do that. Don't do that. Masturbate resigned very early in a justified bad opening. But actually, we didn't have anybody really drop. Godshankar offered me a draw. And, okay, the Smith-Mora guy left very early, resigning. He is down a pawn, though, and the Smith-Mora sucks. But I'm not going to block anyone. So, what was interesting? Okay, Sinus. Sinus, the opening was interesting. There's only one game here. Weird. So that's weird. So somebody did something wrong. Probably me. Wow. So Bishop D7 is really wrong? That's really strange. Wow. Yeah, so I had looked at this position with white, and the lines are all draws after Queen D7. Because Kaidanov had a game with Alexander Goldin, where it was like in the U.S. seniors, they drew. It's like here, takes, or maybe not take right away, but okay, this, Rook C8, then like take, and or maybe it was Elvis, maybe both of them actually. Yeah, I don't know, but this, it seems like it's a draw. But this is weird. So Queen A4, less common than Knight to C3, still a main move. So this is no one else has played except for me. So this is bad. Wow. Okay, they do that with white. I thought it was okay. So it's apparently not okay because of Bishop G5. I'm surprised how bad it is. It's like plus 0.8 for white. That's a lot. That's not good. That means you're much better here. So Bishop E7 was the best. And best is take, Queen A3. So you can try to prevent me from being able to castle here. This is still not 100% clear. No, it doesn't look like black is lost necessarily. Let's see, Bishop E7. Queen E3, very strange position. E4. My pawns are weak and overextended. But it's possible that black isn't lost, but I wouldn't want to repeat this. So, yeah, I'm the one that messed up. It's not such a good line. I'm supposed to play Queen D7. But the other option for black is this Rook B8. But I don't think that I'm going to play this with black. Like normally I don't play it. I like it better for white. This was played by Ivanisevic, and looks like there's older games even. Spasov, 2010, whoever that is. Not the Grandmaster Spasov. Krzysztof Jakubowski. Anyway, no, it's interesting. So you got a better position, but not that much. And after this, you're slightly worse. Okay, so you have to do something. Committal, decisive, whatever. All right, yeah. Once I get the center safe, I'm fine. Black is better. So it was equal. Relatively equal. I could have taken the piece. Oh. Yeah, I was afraid. I could sack my queen, right? Of course. I miscounted here or something. I think I miscounted the pieces. Yeah. So that's just unsound. I just didn't count pieces. Alright. Shockey with the loss in the drawn endgame. This is instructive, though. I mean, I told you guys he played this move rook b2. I don't like it, you know? This is a very bad passive move. It looks like it's enough. But I thought he was going to go over here. Like king f1, king g2. Ideally, you want your rook to be placed where it can attack from two sides. Attack my king from, you know, the maximum directions. So this isn't the blunder necessarily. But now he's like passive. And then he tried to compensate by being active now. That's unbelievable. So the only drawing move in this position is rook c4. Wow. That's crazy, brah. But because rook b2 puts you in this channel where you have a very narrow path of moves, because it was passive. That's amazing. So even like king f1, he's lost. Unbelievable. So only rook c4 saves him by preventing f4. Wow. So I didn't mess it up after that. He's got no chance here. But I mean, you know, this is the point. He's expecting rook takes f2. But the point is rook e2 check. The butter system. Butters. So Shockey, okay, should have drawn, but it isn't a draw till it's a draw. Thomas Strangson with a good game. Solid English. Wow. 9 cent upon loss by both sides. Yeah, this is kind of a weird setup. So no games from this position have been played. No masters were harmed in the making of this line. Perfect play by both sides until I got greedy with b5. This is funny. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping you'll play like f3 and get a sketchy position, but now you're very solid. I mean, d5 is a draw. I wanted to create an imbalance in the pawn structure with b5. I missed queen takes h7. It's just totally spaced on it. That's funny. I was like, where's this queen? You know, I was looking at the right side of the board when I came back, and I just like didn't notice I was in check. And I was like, where the fuck, what happened? Oh, okay. So now, yeah, I mean, I guess bishop takes f6 is a mistake, but I mean, this is a very tenuous position. To play like rook b1, yeah, it's better. You kind of cashed in. Playing a safe sequence, and then it's a draw. I mean, the h pawn is your extra pawn. It's hard to use it. Yeah, you played super safe. And if I try to double on the 7th, you can just go here. You're up a pawn. I'm not going to try to win because I have the 7th rank. I mean, I'm down a pawn. I don't think so, dude. I mean, maybe you get some technical player who might try to win this position with black. You know, if I could just walk in against, you know, obviously against an inexperienced player in an over-the-board game where I had enough time, maybe I'd think about it. But objectively, it's a draw. But in our position, this didn't happen. Okay, you play king e1, offered a draw. Yeah, I probably would have found rook b2 because, like, what else am I going to do? Maybe a5. Rook b2 is a very strong move with the threat of winning, so you have to go back. And I have to go rook c2. Now, if you go here, you drop the pawn. now, you know, I'm better. Alright, anyway. So not that much there, but interesting opening, man. Cheesy Noob was, he resigned, he left the game. But I'm better. That was weird. He plays some really strange stuff with black. E5. Horvath Adam played this. Wow, this is such a weird move, dude. Bishop G2, and then the computer wants to take with the knight. But the F5 square prevents black from playing like G5, so... Of course, black is never going to play G5 if he's smart. This is a bad opening by black. Alright, guys. Nefyedov. Now, this is really important. Sparkle Horse, 1 blunder. No inaccuracies, no mistakes. Nefyedov, 2 blunders, no inaccuracies, no mistakes. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. No, I mean, the endgame with Rook B1, Tomas, looks like it is like a torturous one, but not easy. So I'm curious what I did against Nefyedov in the past. Castles. Let's see how many games we have here. Nefyedov, 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 Nefyedov. WJ Loof. Nefyedov, Nefyedov, Nefyedov. Where's WJ Loof tonight? He usually drops by. So, let's see. Castles was played by me in most games. Black plays Bishop D6. And I played Knight H5 4 times. And it's the best move according to the engine. I only played this move once. Bishop takes C6 check. Back in September. What? No, that's now. But that's now. That's this game. It's in there already. That's crazy. It's like instantly in there. So I had never played this before. I mean, in this order of moves. I played Bishop takes check. Now let's see if there's any games with this. Wow, no games in the Masters database. No one ever played Bishop takes C6 check. I figured I'll just do it. It's got to be played eventually anyway. Yeah, I've looked at this with the computer, and I do remember D4. That's what I was looking at during the game, thinking like, well, what do I do after E4? Why am I not like worse? Well, it's a good position to take a deeper look at, but I don't have time for that here. You know, C4 also is major consideration. Black is a tiny bit better in all lines. So I'm curious. Wow, this has never been reached in an over-the-board game. And then there's one game where White played Bishop G5, which I think is a mistake. White lost with Bishop G5. That's what you get for being a Trump supporter. Bishop G5. Exactly. I mean, I had this before, or maybe by a different order of moves. But this is, I knew Nefyedov would get this. Bishop G5 just misses the point. Queen E8 is an exclamation. H6 is no good. Queen D7 is nothing special, but Queen E8 is the move that really makes White's life difficult. So Bishop G5 is bad. This is right. And now he has something. Let's see. Queen D7, Knight D6. Exactly. This is what I thought would happen. We would just have a middle game where he has a strong center and a knight versus a bishop. Black is fine. But Pavel, what happened? Okay, so it got interesting. You know, you went with E4. This is a very dangerous move. And I takes with the knight, played Queen G4, and now Queen F6. Logical, aggressive, attacking F2. I have to take. Takes back with the pawn. And this was the critical position where I'm like seriously looking at F3. That's like stupid, you know. So I can't play F3. I looked at Queen D7, C4. Originally I was going to play... Oh, I did play C4. No, I played Bishop E3 first. I was going to play C4. So C4 just loses. Right. I guess I saw that. Okay, here, yeah, okay, here, queen takes b2, and now c4. And then I changed my mind. Okay, this was the original plan, c4. This is playable. And Nefedov, I played this instead. He goes back, best move. Rook b7, best move. And now he failed. He played d4. He has to play rook a e8. Rook a e8, bishop h6, rook e7. That's the point, right? Or rook f7. They both work. Wow. So Nefedov played d4, allowing bishop h6, and he's lost. Damn. I had mate in 5. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Here I am looking at like rook g7 check. And I just didn't see that I have queen d7. Poor Nefedov. Mate in 5. Oh yeah, playing drawing in games in the middle of the night isn't my thing. I know, right? Damn, he's getting mated in 5. Poor Nefedov. Playing middle games in the middle of the night is not his thing. Well, not quite the middle of the night, but it's close. Legacy, yeah, that was a draw. You know, I was winning, but then it was a draw. But he offered a draw, and then he lost in like 2 moves. See, I'm never taking a draw here for this exact reason. Like, I have no losing chances. Yeah, actually, he offered a draw, I guess, when he was like already lost. Oh shit, no. No, he isn't lost. He isn't lost. He plays rook e5, offers a draw. I play king f3, and then he immediately makes the losing move with rook g5. Wow. That's funny. All right. And then what else? Haruku, really exciting game. I guess I was winning by a little bit there. Damn, look at that. Huge. So let's check the opening. I never played the Najdorf. I mean, okay, main line is bishop takes f6. It's like a Richter Rouser. So he's transposing. g4 right away. This line isn't too common, it looks like. Bishop f6. Interesting. And Volokitin has played this. So g takes f here. There's some interesting ideas. This is good for black. Wow. Black is just better. God. Exactly. I'm a Najdorf natural. Yeah, a few Gelfand games and you're good to go. Becerra lost to Wojo 2003. So, it must have been the world. When is that? 2003, December. National Open. I mean, North American Open or something. Rook c8, bishop d3. Yeah, I played knight c5, question mark. Wow. Yeah, so you have takes and knight h5, right? Yeah, this is scary. This is scary. You should have done that. My knight c5 was a mistake. And now I'm okay again. So we transpose back to Becerra Witkevich. And Wojo was a good friend of mine. But Becerra's he was a very strong player, you know, and these guys both know a lot of theory. Rook he1 is an improvement on knight b3. And this is kind of crazy, right? Knight h5. I thought about f6. You sacked a piece now with rook g1, which is insane. And he managed to draw. I was low on time, I was so close, yet I didn't see a way to avoid h6 here. Oh man. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm sitting there. I just don't see rook c3. So easy. Just ends the game immediately. That sucks. So I gave him the piece back, because I was in time pressure, and it's a draw, it looks like. We are a tiny bit better. This is better. I have rook b2 check. Wow, I'm almost winning even there. There was a second chance to win the game, and then it's a draw. So he's technically 0.1 better here. He got up to 0.2. Now it's 0.0. We're in the... This is kind of drawish now. There are ways to lose. White can also lose. Draw by mutual agreement. Okay. So what do we got? Arsenal fan. Richard Brenton. Arsenal fan. Played his idea. Geller Ivkov. We had the exact Geller Ivkov game that we went over on the stream, where Ivkov played bishop c4, but Arsenal played his novelty bishop takes b3, cb3. Now so the point was I was gonna play bishop f3, but then I thought I could go here, but he has a strong move, it looks like. The question is, how does this work? The answer is, he's triple attacking my e-pawn. So we learned something. Bishop c4 isn't the best move for me. Your variation isn't, I don't like it, but it's playable, and so here I have to continue with the standard bishop f3. After bishop c4, he has queen c6, very common move. Bishop d5, and then what? Takes. It's a compensation. Cool ideas though. Look, queen b6, f6, bishop takes f6. Arsenal would like this for white. Some crazy stuff. Look, queen d8, bishop h6. G takes h, rook takes f6. I think Arsenal probably left the building, but this is a game worth taking a look at. Yeah. So in the game after castles, yeah, he's worse. And this loses. My attack is quite strong. Alright, so Richard Brenton, thanks for the donation. Not a good opening today, but interesting. b4, e3. This is okay, You're playing a St. George in reverse. But d4, I mean, this is not a common move. It's funny that Jiang played this. Magnus has done similar stuff with black in the he has an idea he did in the Owen defense with the pawn on b6, pawns like there. So it's interesting, this was actually played by Jeff Zhang. And Smirnov played e4 and ended up losing the game. It's a much more committal move by black. It may be objectively better. What about this, though? Is knight e5 just nothing? Yeah, it's bad. So Zhang goes back, knight fd2. He's playing for a win against the Smirnov. That's the video guy. Snake oil video grandmaster salesman. Openings in a box. Dubious. Weird lines. Okay, so Smirnov lost, but anyways, I thought this is reasonable. You can take, though. Your extended fianchetto on the queen side, it's a little loose, but it's playable for white. I mean, I don't know about committing. I don't know here. I don't really like playing this kind of position with white, or either color for that matter. But I was curious about my knight f2 move. So I wanted to sack here like it was Bong Cloud. Like it was Bughouse. This is very tempting to play this move. And any Bughouse player would play it like instantaneously, but it's too unclear to play for black. So I did the right thing, not doing that sack. Yeah, but f3 is too much. I think you should swap pieces here, honestly. So my idea to play 96 and you have problems with your dark squares. Yeah, this is very strong. Wow. So you didn't take it. I mean, this was the point, to play queen d8. I totally missed bishop e5. Oh my god. Wow. So I actually scammed. This is working for me. I don't believe it. Wow. I was going to play queen d8. So queen d7 is better. Sorry. I just missed bishop e5 altogether. So you have to take. I have to move my queen. You block. And then I play knight h5. I wouldn't have found it. Not sure I would have found it. Okay, maybe. I can win the piece back with f6. It's really crazy. And apparently I'm still better. But anyway. Yeah, you had to accept the challenge here to take the knight. This is a blunder and now you're lost. Chess is hard and then you die. Alright, Richard Brenton, good time. That was a very tough game. I don't know what happened. He was winning and he left. He just left after rook f2. Good time, it's dinner time. He was winning. So I was wondering why I didn't lose any games. Alright guys, speaking of dinner time, I have to go eat. So it was nice knowing you. Good time had me beat. I was winning here too. But he finds this stupid move, king g7. So I'm just lost after e6. That's unbelievable. I'm lost. I'm just lost. They're playing e6 now. Never underestimate the danger of the back rank mate. Look at this. All I have to do is play h3 and I'm totally winning. And I didn't do it. And I advanced my own pawns and I'm lost. Okay, he plays the second best move, check here, and I'm lost again. And even king g7 doesn't work. Wow. Another blunder and now I screwed my position. So in this endgame I was thinking maybe I could hold on. But I'm completely lost. I don't know why he left though. That was weird. Someone on sound, I don't know. He doesn't seem to be here. But that's our last couple games. Someone on sound, Redusa. We'll take a look at those. So someone on sound, this is all book. We're in his prep. I played 5 Cinnapon lost. Someone on sound with 4. Am I surprised if this hasn't been played the whole game already? Yeah. It's all like one big fat forced draw. Most players now play queen f3. Victor Korchnoi managed to win this position with white in 2007. Victor Korchnoi was still alive and kicking at 26-10 in 2007. I saw him playing here in like 2005. He was like 70 and he was like 2600. 70 something. So 94. Yeah, it's not the best move. It's a draw. Ramirez lost this game. That's sick, dude. Ramirez managed to lose this position with white. How do you do that, bro? Wow. I feel like we looked at this, or somehow I've seen this before. How do you lose this position with white? My god. Queen takes b2 and white is better according to the engine. Yeah, I would just play bishop e3. Alejandro Ramirez managed to lose this position with white. That's very strange. It's a hell of a pawn on c7, and bishops are better than knights, so I'll take it. Anyway, that's a draw. Okay, nothing exciting there. And God Shankar, no. Reduce. What was it? Was it a draw? Yeah. What did I do wrong? Knight a6 is kind of weird. You played knight a6. Well, this was played in 1995 in a game in Canada. And I didn't think bishop f6 was so bad, but it is apparently. Wow, I looked at this. I didn't think it was a big deal. Wow. Bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3, bishop takes e5. I just played rook takes e7 and I'm better. I'm just a clear advantage with two bishops. Crazy. So that's a huge blunder. And then I don't get much. I had rook a1. Totally missed it. I wasn't even thinking of like trying to attack. I just wanted to consolidate my extra pawn. The end game is a draw. Alright. So that's it. Impure king. That was a crazy position. It got out of control in time pressure. But bishop d2 is kind of weird. So what do we got here? Queen c2 was played. It's not a good move. Computer likes knight c6 better. Knight d7 is more passive. I almost played queen e8. This is okay. This is okay. You have knight takes c5. Shit, I was worried about this. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is playable for you. Wow. I get the pawn back, though. Okay. Nah, this is fine. That's nothing. Alright, e4. Time was my problem here. My position is fine. Things started to go crazy when he got this tactic in. With e5, I almost completely panicked now. And I did mess up my position, it looks like. This is a very fun position, though. D takes c7, f takes g3, h takes g3, rook fe8. I was supposed to play knight e3. This is the best. Instead I played secondary best move, not good enough. Bishop c1, queen h5, pinned me, bishop e5, king g2, bishop d6, and now white. This is a very hard computer move to find, rook e6. That's winning. Rook h1, missing queen e5, and I'm winning. Alright guys, I gotta go. Anyway, it was fun. We'll see you on Wednesday for the tournament. Thanks everyone for your support. Thanks for playing. And I'm lucky to escape without losing any games, although I practically did. Thanks everybody for your support. I'll see you later. Thanks.